Distinguished delegates, may I ask you to take your seats? I hope you do have now new energy to work. We stopped the session with the discussion about 4C, and for that reason, Brazil was asking for floor, and now I'm asking Brazil to take a floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for your indulgence. So regarding 4C, we have reached out to South Africa, and I believe it would be acceptable to replicate the language from Target 9, sustainable biodiversity-based activities, products, and services that enhance biodiversity, so that we would maintain consistency with the agreed language. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil, very much. Do I see any opposition to this proposal? DRC, is this opposition to this proposal?
Not opposition to this proposal, but another question.
Thank you very much. Then 4C is approved. DRC, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair, for the floor. I understand the feeling that is yours now, and we also concerned by the way we didn't make so much progress. First of all, I would like to have some directions on how will we move forward with the work tonight. And I have noticed that there is no interpretation, and I would like to have some precision on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DRC, for your question. For first part of your question, I have to say I'm in your hands. I have the same question as you. How can we move quickly through all of this? We have 4 CRPs scheduled for afternoon session, and we didn't move very much. So I would really like to ask all parties to focus on very important interventions here. We need to move quicker. Parties ask for more time for contact groups, and with agreement of all of us, parties got this time for contact groups. Now we need to move quickly in plenary if we wish to finish our job. For translation, I'm informed that there is a translation. DRC, if you can confirm, thank you very much. May we move on now? Paragraph 5, starting with invites the subsidiary body. DRC, you have the floor.
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente pour la parole accordée. En ce qui concerne le paragraphe 5, j'ai une petite question de clarification à ce niveau et puis un petit ajout. Je commence par le petit ajout. À la 3e ligne, après renforcement des capacités et développement, je souhaiterais qu'on ajoute au partage des connaissances. Et la question de clarification que je demande, on connaît que justement les travaux des SBI commencent la semaine prochaine, et ici on est en train de l'inviter à examiner à sa 4e réunion ce point. Alors je voudrais savoir si ça sera possible ou bien est-ce que ça pourrait être plutôt à sa 5e réunion, etc. Donc je me pose cette question et je voudrais avoir quand même des éclaircissements là-dessus. Merci.
I will invite Secretariat to answer question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So indeed, the topics listed in paragraph 5 relate to items on the agenda of SBI4, which begins in a few days, as the delegate from DRC just noted. And of course, in a sense, this paragraph reflects the request coming from Substa 25 that this topic be addressed by both bodies. So both would expect to address this issue under their respective areas of competence. So Substa has been looking at the scientific and technical needs, and then these should be taken into account in terms of how they may or may not affect these issues in SBI. Clearly, one particular issue that they would reflect is the work on the programs of work and the work on the multi-year program of work, and that's already acknowledged in the documentation for SBI. And of course, yeah, it's then up to SBI to decide how to consider these issues. Of course, some of the final decisions may only be taken at COP. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm asking parties to maybe accept insertion of DRC. Is there any opposition to this? Can you raise your hands if there is opposition? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Canada, you are asking for floor.
Thank you, Chair. We also noticed that the list of SBI4 agenda items is not complete. In the second line, after work related to, we would like to add inter alia. And then after technical and scientific cooperation, we would like to add clearinghouse mechanism. And then along with the addition from DRC with a reference to knowledge management. And then after the programs of work of the convention, we would like to add administrative and budgetary matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to react to the proposal from Sweden that was presented, the 4 bis, if I'm not mistaken. So from our perspective, the challenge we face with the proposal from Sweden is pretty much the same we flagged in the previous discussions on how to refer to the documents, the pre-session documents. I don't recall exactly the text they proposed, but it seems that they were suggesting that we would be endorsing the conclusions from Chapter 4 of document 26/3. So we would suggest replicating the same formula we had for the previous paragraphs. They're similar to this one. But I think it would be useful if the Secretariat could read the proposal they tabled at the end of the previous plenary session.
Thank you very much, Razil. What I would suggest now is to finish 5, then go back for this discussion. Thank you. And Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These items in 5 will be already in the agenda of SBI next week. So we have 2 options. Either we wait until decision is made or discuss all of them, or we keep them in 2 brackets until the whole thing is clear. Otherwise, we will never finish. We need to move forward. And this issue was discussed before as well. And we said you don't have to discuss all of these issues that will be next week in SBI agenda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Egypt. How we understand this paragraph, this is invitation to subsidiary body of implementation to take into account the list here. I will ask Secretariat to read paragraph with insertions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the insertions, it will read as follows. Invites the subsidiary body on implementation at its 4th meeting to consider the implication of the present recommendation for work related to, inter alia, capacity building and development, knowledge sharing, technical and scientific cooperation, clearinghouse mechanism, mainstreaming, cooperation, the program of work of the convention, administrative and budgetary matters, and the multi-year program of work of the conference of the parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. May we approve paragraph with these insertions? I don't see any request for the floor. Thank you very much. It is approved. Now we go to discussion on 4 bis. I will ask Secretariat to read 4 bis, suggested by Sweden.
Thank you. The proposal from Sweden as 4 bis read as follows. Acknowledges that there are gaps in the program of work of the convention as mentioned in section 4 of Substa 26/3 that needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Secretariat. And I would like to remind Sweden that the same concept, same idea, is already reflected in the paragraph 3 as it is now. I will ask Secretariat to read this paragraph.
Paragraph 3, as approved, read as follows. Recognize that there are gaps in tools and guidance to support the implementation of the framework and notes the analysis in document 3, CBD Substa 26.3, in particular section 4 and its annex, as well as the range of different views expressed by parties during Substa 26 in that regard.
Thank you, Secretariat. May I ask Sweden to withdraw the proposal? Floor to Sweden, please.
Yes, to get back on that, I wasn't sure that I heard in paragraph 3 that actually these needs to be addressed, as would be the additional value of our proposal, which we also submitted in our statement during the first reading. Yes, I didn't, if you could repeat paragraph 3.
The new paragraph 3, as approved, the revised paragraph 3, recognize that there are gaps in tools and guidance to support the implementation of the framework and notes the analysis in document CBD Substa 26/3, in particular section 4 and its annex, as well as the range of different views expressed by parties during Substa 26 in that regard. Full stop.
Yes, so what I heard is that there's no acknowledgement actually of the need for the gaps to be addressed, which is why we want this recognition. Thank you.
My suggestion for the moment is we go through CRP and we will come back to this issue again, because all recommendation from Substa to COP decision is addressing the gaps. So please wait for the further discussion on this. Do we really need this one? Now I will go to paragraph 5 is approved, as I remember. Paragraph 6, starting with request the Secretariat. DRC, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, pour la parole. Ce paragraphe ici m'a semblé sur le plan des formes d'abord incompréhensible, d'où ma première suggestion est de le rendre d'abord potable en faisant ceci. Pris le secrétariat exécutif. Il faut préciser là-bas d'abord exécutif. Et puis on va prendre à partir de la moitié de la deuxième ligne, d'inviter les parties jusqu'à la 5e ligne. On colle ça avec le secrétariat exécutif. Donc ça va se lire ceci, comme ci. prie le secrétariat exécutif d'inviter les partis, les autres gouvernements, les accords multilatéraux sur l'environnement pertinents, les processus intergouvernementaux, les organisations et initiatives internationales, les peuples autochtones et communautés locales, les organisations des femmes et des jeunes, ainsi que les autres parties prenantes concernées à communiquer les points de vue de leurs expériences pertinentes dans ces secteurs d'activité sur la base et ça continue. Donc, on va maintenant prendre, et pour chacune de ces thématiques mentionnées, va venir après. Et pour finir, je trouve que c'est un travail très important et qui se doit d'être fait et qu'on demande au secrétaire exécutif. Je voudrais donc à ce niveau demander que l'on puisse carrément supprimer selon la disponibilité des ressources. La conférence des parties, en demandant au secrétaire exécutif de faire un travail, devra lui donner les moyens nécessaires pour qu'il soit en mesure de le réaliser. Merci.
Thank you, DRC. Is there any objection for deletion subject to the availability of resources? There is objection. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is standard language, and we've reiterated many times that it is not just financial resources. It is the capacity of the Executive Secretary and his team to be able to carry out this work. There is a lot of things in this decision that SBSTA has recommended that the Executive Secretary and his team look after, and that has to be prioritised. And it's not just prioritisation of financial resources, it's time, effort, and other things that are needed to do the implementation of a colossal global biodiversity framework. And so that's why that's there. That's a caveat for prioritisation, so we'd like to see it retained. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Australia. DRC, can you accept this explanation?
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Nous n'avons pas parlé des ressources financières. Nous avons parlé des ressources tout court. Cela veut dire que la COP, quand elle propose ce genre de travail au secrétaire exécutif, estime qu'elle a les moyens de lui donner les potentialités pour être en mesure d'exécuter ce travail. Et puis, c'est un travail d'élaborer une note succincte établissant la portée potentielle que pourraient avoir les travaux aux fins d'information pour la conférence des parties. Donc, c'est d'abord un travail intéressant pour la conférence des parties et cela lui donne une urgence et une priorité. Et que donc, cela étant, il s'agit de toutes les ressources matérielles, les ressources financières, les ressources humaines. Et ici, il convient d'inviter toutes les parties prenantes, c'est-à-dire que ces ressources ici impliquent toutes ces parties prenantes. Cela veut dire qu'il y a possibilité de collaborer avec toutes ces parties prenantes pour mobiliser ces ressources nécessaires pour faire ce travail qui est important pour la COP. Merci.
Thank you, DRC. Australia, What do you say about this explanation? Microphone to Australia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just not sure. I'm very confused. This is standard language whenever we ask the Secretariat to do something. I mean, I'm sure that there's other parties in the room, not just Australia, objecting to the prioritisation of resources. Yes, we agree with everything the Democratic Republic of Congo has just said. You know, it's about all of the resources. But there has to be some sort of prioritisation. Everything is important, but everything cannot be done. Thank you.
I will ask Secretariat to give us more clarity about this.
So usually the COP makes decisions. The subsidiary bodies make recommendations to the COP. From time to time, of course, to facilitate our work in the most efficient way, the subsidiary bodies also make requests to the Executive Secretary. Now, the COP has the authority to determine the budget, and so if the COP is giving requests to the Executive Secretary, then these should be reflected in the budget adopted by the COP, and there is a process for that alignment to take place. Maybe it's not perfect, but there's a process for that alignment to take place. The subsidiary bodies, Substa and the other subsidiary bodies, do not have the authority to commit resources. And that is why that often in these requests for additional work that might be significant additional work that is not already foreseen from the COP, then it's usually subject to the availability of additional resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. DRC.
Dans l'esprit des compromis, et si ça nous permet d'avancer, nous pouvons accepter. Merci.
Thank you very much, DRC, for your spirit of compromise. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, I like to wish all the best luck to Dr. Reddy, the chair of SBI-4, and all colleagues working at SBI-4 to deal in 3 days opening with all those requests. So all the best. So second, we have an approach, no paragraph, no square brackets, no problem. So we seriously suggest that the paragraph 6 to be deleted. First of all, and the main reason for that, we can't allow to preempt the decision of COP16. We don't know what COP16 will decide, for example, on paragraph 4. Some elements, no elements, whatever. And we don't want to put anything on the Secretariat to do. We have also a simple calculation. Tomorrow, the day of approval of those documents is 18th of May. We have 5 months, almost exactly 5 months before COP16. We have also 6 weeks to publish the documents prior to COP16. We ask in this paragraph in 4 lines, collect enormous amount of information from enormous number of different stakeholders, compile all this into the document, and then send in the right time to all of us. Are we serious about this request? Even practically. But I like to come back to the main point. We request to delete this paragraph because we can't allow preempting any decisions of COP16. COP16 will decide, then this work to be done. That's the only way we can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would really like to keep para 6 and align the language as in 4, para 4. This would mean the following amendments. Request the Secretariat, subject to the availability of resources for, comma, especially but not excluding, comma, then strike each of, and then continue with the issues identified in paragraph, add an S, paragraphs 4 and 4 bis. 4 bis, depending on the outcome of our discussion in this room. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So we sympathize with the comments made by Australia and the Russian Federation. I think from our perspective, this collection of views would take place after COP16. I think we're a bit skeptical that we'll have the resources and the time to do this by COP16. I think over this week we did have many conversations around the fact that the Secretariat might be overburdened, given that they were not able to provide the documents within the deadline that we would have expected. So we honestly feel that how we're going to go through the significant workload that this action would require. We already have a significant overloaded COP with many mandates that came from the previous COP that we'll need to fulfill. So I think our take on this is that this paragraph would belong more to the draft decision. Once the COP decides on which topics it would like to advance for the work, then we could have this collection of views. And I think doing this by COP16 is a bit redundant. We did have this process for collecting views on potential gaps from the last substa until now, right? That is what document 26/3 sums up. We did have a round of submissions where countries were able to identify potential gaps. So we already did that exercise to a certain extent. And now building on the language from Germany that says exclude, especially but not excluding, I think we would be repeating the same exercise we did until now since the last substa. So I think we're kind of losing the main goal here. Are we going to repeat the same process we just did? So I honestly feel that this paragraph would belong more to the draft decision. Once the COP decides on which topic it would like to move forward with, then we could invite this collection of views. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Argentina, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We would like to simply support the comments made by Brazil and the Russian Federation, and to point out that in our original statement, we propose to delete the paragraph about the recommendation and move it to the section of recommendations itself, and to move it to the decision of the Conference of the Parties, and to call upon the parties to look at this after COP16. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. DRC, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you indeed, Madam Chair. All that was said by previous speakers seems to us to be rather realistic. In fact, it's logical. And for this reason, we would propose that this part, given that we have already adopted paragraph 4, well, this part, we could delete it as requested by the Russian Federation. But if my memory serves me right, and in fact, we believe it would be useful if we were to shift this to the draft decision part. And this could then serve as a basis for discussion should the COP decide to travel down this path.
Thank you, DRC. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just one point to echo what's been said with regard to the draft decision specifically paragraph 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Belgium, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would just like to remind our distinguished delegates that in SBI 4 there is agenda item 12, multi-year program of work, and there's 4 new areas of work that are going to be adopted. And we all know that the GBF needs to be implemented as fast as possible, so that we might need updating of existing work programs and as well new programs of work. If we only wait till COP17 before we start new programs of work, it would mean that nothing has been done or there will not be additional tools or guidance. But we're in your hands if all parties do not want to have new guidance on those specific areas that were really mentioned as that they're lacking guidance and tools, then we shouldn't complain afterwards that we didn't have the guidance and tool. Thank you, Madam Chair. And we would like to retain the paragraph because it's just giving guidance towards the multi-year program of work during COP16. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So if I may make proposal, hearing parties, what you are saying, to move it to draft decision, but combine it with paragraph 4C in draft decision, what we will discuss when we come there. Is there any opposition to this approach? If there is, please raise your hands. Belgium?
Yeah, as I just mentioned, that means that we give the signal we do not need urgently guidance and tools for those areas. So that means, do we really want to implement the GBF, or we say, well, we can wait until 2026 before we have the guidance, or even later, and then complain later on that we didn't have the guidance and tools. But yeah, okay, that gives a good signal of what we really want if we move it to the COP decision. So I'm opposing it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to echo the views expressed by Belgium and by Germany. in that we want to retain this paragraph. We strongly think that it would support a more informed discussion at COP16 to have this intersessional work, hearing some quite conflicting views on which areas to proceed on, and the need for clarification on these areas mentioned in the paragraph, as well as others gaps identified. So yes, we would very much like to keep it. Thank you.
So we do not have solution for now for this problem, and we will leave it for the moment. We will park it and come back later to this. Now I am going to paragraph 7, starting with recommends. Chile.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I got a little bit lost. Are we in the paragraph 7 or still?
7.
We would like just to second the parties. We think the parties like Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, and many others, to remove this section or paragraph from here and move it to the COP decisions. We think maybe it's not enough time for doing this kind of work and guides, so it sounds real to move this and go along with the process with the time that we are proposing. So we would like to remove from here and move it in the COP decisions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chile, your intervention was still on paragraph 6, but we will park paragraph 6 for the moment, not for the moment, it obviously would be more than a moment. We will park it for now, we will come back to this later on when we go through decision. Now we are on paragraph 7, starting with recommends that. Is there any request for the floor on paragraph 7? No, the conference of parties. Then paragraph 1, in draft decision, recognizes with A, B, C, D, recognizes A. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Chair, first of all, I think that the paragraph starting with having considered will disappear from the text, right? Because we don't have those paragraphs usually. So, but we also like to suggest that preamble of paragraph 1 from the SABSTA recommendation should be moved here. Because, colleagues, again, what is the SABSTA recommendation and to what extent having any preamble of paragraphs in that portion of the text make any sense? So we actually should aim at any SABSTA recommendation which recommends for SABSTA and not for COP, to really only focus on specific actions or specific solutions. So I suggest to move it to as a first paragraph, preamble of paragraph in the decision, which also make it much higher in terms of strengths, yeah, because it will be seen by everybody as a COP decision. Thank you.
Russian Federation, I have to ask which paragraph you are referring on. Microphone to Russian Federation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am referring to the first paragraph of the document, starting with recognizing that the identification of scientific needs on top. And I also like to highlight that we already considered this paragraph. It doesn't need to be considered. It was approved by all of us. But we believe that appropriate place for it, and then a much stronger message if it stays as a start of the COP decision. Thank you.
Is there any opposition to this? Democratic Republic of Congo is this proposal from Russian Federation?
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. These are things that show that we recognize the facts. These are principles. These are principles which are recognized at this level. However, we can back this proposal, whether it be moved to the preambular part or not. We would have a number of little amendments which we would like to voice, however. In little c, D and E, so regarding C.
Because we are talking now about proposal of Russian Federation to have first preamble paragraph in the part of SAF's recommendation, moving to the beginning of draft decision.
Si j'ai bien compris l'intervention.
Now, if I've understood the Russian Federation statement correctly, the Russian Federation had asked for paragraph 1, with its subparagraphs to be shifted to the preamble. Is that correct? That's the way I understood it, but perhaps you could clarify.
I will invite Secretariat.
The paragraph to be proposed by Russian distinguished delegate from Russia to be moved from recommendation part to the decision, draft decision read as follows. Recognizing that the identification of scientific needs to support the implementation of Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework is an ongoing process throughout its duration, and the several other processes currently underway are relevant to the identification of further needs and to addressing them, which will follow. The first paragraph that was placed at the first paragraph on the preambular text in the substance recommendation. I hope it clarifies.
DRC.
Merci.
Thank you so much for this explanation, and we find this acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any request for the floor, so it is agreed to be moved here. The second proposal from Russian Federation is to delete having considered recommendation. Is there any objection to this? I don't see any. Paragraph 1 recognizes A. Any objection to A? Small a? Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a small amendment to align with what is in the SBSTA recommendation. In the first line, it should say that most of the guidance or most of the programs of work. Thank you, Chair. Just to align, thank you.
Canada, if I may ask, one small a is about programs of work, and saying the most programs of work doesn't
Yes,
read
we would
very
like
well.
it to align with the conclusion of the SBSTA recommendation in paragraph 2, where we had agreed to concludes that most of the substantial guidance is relevant, but we could include including the programs of work and cross-cutting issues as part of that guidance. Thank you, Chair.
Canada, the next subpara, 1B is about tools and guidance. Maybe put it there.
We actually thought that paragraph B would be redundant and could be deleted if we made that small amendment to paragraph A. Thank you, Chair.
But programs of work are, there is big difference, and it is not aligned.
So we would suggest saying that most of the tools and guidance developed under the convention and its protocols, including the programs of work and cross-cutting issues, like just merging them, but also reflecting the conclusion of the SBSTA recommendation.
Yes.
We just want to make sure they...
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will have it here in 1B, the most of tools and guidance. Thank you very much. UK, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think you might have already made the change that I was going to suggest, because I thought that there were slightly different meanings behind subparagraph A, which is talking about how the programs of work and cross-cutting work remain important tools. And I think everyone would agree that they definitely do remain important tools. And I would suggest, as you have, that we would put that many goes more closely into the B paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. Spain, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. We would like a clarification, please, on the preambular paragraph of the recommendation of SBSTA, which talks about welcoming the establishment of the regional technical, etc. According to our understanding, this paragraph had been moved to the preamble of the draft decision of the COP, and we would like to be assured that that is exactly how the Secretariat has it. Thank you.
Yes, Ben, I can confirm that your understanding is correct. It is moved here in draft decision. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, and also thanks to my colleagues from Spain. I wanted to address the same issue, and since I'm having the floor right now, I would like to make an addition as well to 1B. In the end, to also recognize that existing work programs will need to be updated. So after without delay, I would like to add, while also undertaking the need to update existing work programs. Thank you.
Netherlands, if I may have clarification. Here in 1B, we are talking about tools and guidance, and in 1A, about programs of work. What about your insertion in 1A? Maybe move it in 1A.
Let me have a look. I'll come right back to you.
Thank you very much. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So we'd just like to quickly react to the proposal just made by the Netherlands. We prefer to leave this in brackets at this point in time. From our perspective, SBI will address the issue of the program of work of the convention. We'll be a bit hesitant to assume that all the programs of work under the convention will need to be updated, and I think we'll need to be mindful of the workload that this might require. It's not that we don't acknowledge that some of the programs of work will probably need to be somehow updated or amended, but I think it would be premature to assume that we need to update everything. So we would prefer to put brackets around the proposal from the Netherlands. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Netherlands.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for your suggestion to indeed bring it in A. That would work for us. We're also not suggesting that every single work program needs to be updated. That's not the language itself. So we're suggesting that work programs might need updating. But in the spirit of moving on, maybe leave it in brackets, but then in A, so that we can make sure that we finish the CRP tonight.
Thank you very much. So we have I will ask Secretariat to read 1A.
Thank you. The paragraph 1A read as follows with the insertion from Netherlands, that the programs of work and cross-cutting work of the convention remain important tools to support the implementation of Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and that some program of work may need to be updated. Full stop. And the last phrase, starting from N and to the end, are bracketed. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Is there any objection to? I don't see any request for the floor. Thank you very much. And we have small insertion in 1B, most of tools and guidance, and maybe approve this part. Thank you very much. 1C, Argentina.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. In line with paragraph 2 of the recommendation, we would like to suggest that we modify the end of the sentence in the following manner. including through
resources and capacity building and development and technical and scientific cooperation, comma, in particular for developing countries. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. The DRC supports the proposal made by Argentina. However, before that, so after technical and scientific cooperation, we would like to add technology transfer. And so the proposal from Argentina mentioning developing countries would come after that. Thank you.
Thank you. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The amendments which I was proposing has been voiced by Argentina and Democratic Republic of Congo also. Just want to give another formulation to the same thing by saying including after the word framework and comma, including providing adequate means of implementation by the developed countries to the developing countries. It's along similar lines as that of Argentina. I'm open to suggestions regarding that from Argentina or Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you.
India, may I ask you if you are comfortable with the proposal from Argentina? To be
In
more
a spirit of compromise, I'll be willing to go along with that.
Thank you very much. Canada?
Thank you, Chair. In the substantive recommendation in paragraph 4, we identified a short list of areas in need of further work, and we consider those to be the priorities for further work. So we think that 1C should reflect that short list that was accepted in terms of the gaps that need to be addressed for further work. And I think that since this is the focus of the substantive recommendation, that it should be a full stop after those list of issues where we've identified further work, and that the remaining part of the paragraph could be put in brackets and forwarded to SBI-4 for consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. I would like to ask you to consider paragraph 2, where this list needs to be referred when it's decided. If you can accept it.
I think it seems that paragraph 1 recognizes the priority areas for further work, and paragraph 2 agrees to advance work in those areas. So I see them as slightly different. I think we'd like to keep our list of priority issues in 1C. Thank you, Chair.
Chile, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to go along with the addition of text that was made by Argentina and also the addition of the text that was made by Republic of Congo. We are flexible with the last change that was made, I think, for India. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But it was in line with these other two countries. We are flexible with that text. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chile. Belgium, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. with all those additions, I would like you to read it out again. But I think we always use capacity building and development and not just capacity building. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Belgium. I will ask Secretariat to read.
Paragraph 1C now read as follows, that the priority for further work should be on supporting the use of tools and guidance to enhance the implementation of the framework, including financial resources, capacity building and development, technical and scientific cooperation, and technology transfer, in particular for developing countries. Full stop.
Canada, can you agree not to adding the list? Thank you very much. I don't see any request for the floor. The paragraph 1C is approved. 1D. DRC, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As far as D is concerned, just a couple of slight additions. We have stated that there is an opportunity. We'd like to change this to the word necessity. There is a necessity to mainstream the framework. And in underline 3, we talked about other stakeholders. I'd prefer it to be including indigenous peoples, local communities, women and youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any opposition to insertion of DRC? Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So regarding 1D, we would prefer to retain the regional language on opportunity. We think this is more flexible. It would be up to each intergovernmental process to reflect upon how they would like to address the implementation of the framework. So we would prefer to have a more flexible approach to this, and we would suggest retaining opportunity rather than need. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. DRC, can you accept it?
Nous sommes flexibles, Madame.
We are flexible on this point. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
May we approve this paragraph with the insertion of IPLC, women and youth? I don't see any request for the floor. Thank you very much. 1D is approved. One E, the potential role. Canada, you have the floor.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. We'd just like clarification or just a question to the room. We have an agenda item next week at SBI-4 on technical and scientific cooperation. So we just wondered if this is something that could be considered next week under that item 5, I believe it is. And perhaps we could just suggest moving it to the recommendation of SBI. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. DRC, we have the floor.
Nous sommes déjà sur...
We are now under sub-item E, I believe. Thank you for that clarification. Here, I would like to state that we take out potential and put important. The decision of the COP noted that the regional and or sub-regional support centers play an important role.
Thank you, DRC. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So on paragraph E, we would add our voices to Canada. I'm not sure this paragraph would belong to this decision, though we understand the important role of the regional, sub-regional technical and scientific cooperation support centers. We think that this item should be discussed under SBI, and in any case, though we would be flexible, we would request deleting the reference to the further development, because from our perspective, those support centers would be more focused on supporting implementation of the framework and not necessarily on the development of materials or guidelines. So that is why the reference to the further development is a bit awkward from our side. So we would suggest deleting and the further development and in retaining only the use of tools and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had only one small intervention, just because it shouldn't be and or, it should just be and sub-regional technical and scientific cooperation centers. I read the SBI document. We can agree with the proposed change by RDC of the important role, but the thing is we do not know yet if that is the case, so we can keep both for the discussions during SBI. And the same for the proposal by Brazil to delete and further development, because when you're using tools, you can also further develop them. So we would like to retain it, but we can put it into brackets and we'll discuss it next week. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I will ask Secretariat to read.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now the paragraph, subparagraph E read as follows. The potential within bracket, important within bracket, role of the regional and sub-regional technical and scientific cooperation support centers and the Global Knowledge Support Service for Biodiversity in supporting the use, bracket start, and the further development, bracket ends, of tools and guidance to support the implementation of the framework as relevant. Full stop.
Thank you. Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're in agreement with the proposal of Belgium. We believe that the role of the regional centres is important, and we are flexible about whether we should have the word important or potential role. But in order to continue the discussion, we would propose that we leave that in brackets for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have vote in brackets. May we approve this paragraph as was read? Thank you very much. I don't see any request for the floor. Paragraph 2 in brackets. Canada, you have the floor.
Chair, just to reflect our earlier intervention that we would like the list of further work to be included in paragraph 2, and we can support retaining the placeholder brackets pending the discussions next week at SBI-4. Thank you, Chair.
Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in principle, this paragraph can be with no brackets except the brackets around to be determined. But we can't agree to put here any of areas because, again, as we said before, we can't allow at this stage preempting any decisions, neither or recommendations from SBI or decision of COP itself. So after COP will put it together, that will appear in the right time in October. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam Chair. My statement goes in line with our previous intervention. In order not to prejudice the results of the negotiation, we would like to keep the text of paragraph 2 without referring to actual themes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Canada, can you agree with this?
Thank you, Chair. Our preference would be to keep the list of issues that SBSTA has recommended for areas of further work, but we can agree to keep that in brackets for further consideration at COP. This is just a draft COP decision and can be further discussed at COP, but we would like to see the list reflected here. Thank you, Chair.
May I ask Russian Federation and Canada to find quick solution for this and come back to report?
Chair, sorry. I think that we should move forward and not spend time on this point. Of course, Canada has full right to put something into square brackets as we can do. So if we are talking about 3 areas, I think it's spatial planning, pollution, and sustainable use. So that's appear here in square brackets. I mean, they have right to do that, so fine.
Thank you very much, Russian Federation. It will be like this. May we approve para 2? Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you clarify the outcome? Thank you.
I will ask Secretariat to read.
Thank you. The paragraph 2 now read as follows. Agrees to advance work in the following areas, bracket start to be determined, bracket closed, and with the list, bracket start, A, biodiversity inclusive spatial planning, B, pollution and biodiversity, C, sustainable biodiversity-based activities, products, and services that enhance biodiversity, bracket close.
Thank you, Secretariat. Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify that, of course, in this case, the entire paragraph 2 is bracketed, because I initially suggested that we may remove brackets around the paragraph, but if we come to this solution with the list, of course, everything is bracketed, including internal brackets. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Argentina, you have the floor. May we approve this paragraph fully in brackets? Chile, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there an option to leave the paragraph without bracket, but just bracket to be the part that says that the list will be determined in the future? I don't know if Russia or Argentina would agree with that. No? Okay, then I'm flexible. We can keep the entire paragraph in brackets.
Okay. Paragraph is agreed fully in brackets. Thank you very much. Paragraph 3, starting with encourages parties. I don't see any request for the floor for paragraph 3. It is approved. Paragraph 4, request the Secretariat. Small a. Belgium.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I remember that we discussed subject to the availability of resources before, so we would like to have it instead of the end of the little, what is it, D, C, we would like to have it straight after request the Secretariat, as is the common use. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Belgium. Paragraph starts with request the Secretariat subject to the availability of resources. Small a, 4a. I don't see any request for the floor for small a. Small b. Japan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to the incorporation with relevant multilateral environment agreement found in the 5th line, Japan would like to add other competent intergovernmental organizations because we perhaps we should have competent organizations to cooperate such as FAO and IPES. So that is the rationale behind the addition. And also, in the seventh line, Japan would like to add avoiding duplication of existing tools and guidance. This is, we mention the need to avoid any duplications at the, in our statement in the first reading. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. I have to ask you where exactly you wish to insert your second point. Floor to Japan.
Thank you very much. So the addition will be added after relevant processes and organizations, avoiding duplication of existing tools and guidance, and it will continue to end in consultation with parties, other governments.
Thank you, Japan. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So in paragraph B, we have some comments. So from our perspective, as we have said, we would prefer to delete the reference to end guidance and updating of existing guidance. And we would add or the exchange of good practices. We think it would be premature to assume that we need additional guidance materials, given the analysis from the Secretariat that acknowledges that there's already a robust number of materials the parties may wish to use. So moving on, we would prefer to delete the sentence in Annex 3 to document CBD subsa 26/2, Section 4B of, and the annex of document CBD subsa 26/3 and document CBD subsa 26 in 15. For the reasons we have explained, we didn't have a chance to engage with those documents of negotiating. We do notice that many of the elements that are presented in those documents actually seek to revisit the targets. There are many concepts that have not been agreed under the goals and targets of the framework, so we will not be in a position to empower the Secretariat to undertake actions that would imply reopening the targets. So we would suggest replacing this whole sentence with where needed to address gaps identified by parties, and then each party would identify where they feel that there is a gap. And moving on, we would suggest adding brackets around the reference to the regional and or sub-regional technical and scientific cooperation centers and the Global Knowledge Support Service for Biodiversity. As I think we still need some discussions in SBI about the role of those two entities to be discussed under the item on capacity building. And finally, further down, there is a reference to where appropriate to work with such relevant processes and organizations. So after where appropriate, we would add where appropriate and in line with respective mandates. So these would be our comments on 4B. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil, but I have to ask you to read again your first change in this paragraph.
Thank you, Chair. So we would suggest amending the four initial lines of this subparagraph as to continue to facilitate the development of further tools or the exchange of good practices where needed to address gaps identified by parties in cooperation with relevant multilateral environmental agreements. And then we will go further down, and after where appropriate, we would add in line with respective mandates. Thank you.
Thank you. Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. So, similar comments, actually. So I agree with what Brazil said on the section related to identifying annexes and then the list of those documents. We also of a view that we had no chance to discuss it. There is many listed there areas. If Secretariat will facilitate and develop those tools and guidelines with no priority lists, that's kind of crazily enormous work. So that's why we like to join the suggestion from Brazil, including the new language. I mean, I think it was identified by parties. And we also supportive partially to the point around different support centers, in particular Global Knowledge Support Service for Biodiversity, as we know very little about it, while of course in terms of regional or sub-regional, at least we have some ideas who are those centers, and we may understand and trust them. So definitely like to keep Global Knowledge Support Service for Biodiversity in square brackets. And then also happy to join Brazil in with the wording and in line with respected mandates after where appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Belgium, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think we want to advance because there's some other CRPs as well. So instead of deleting, I would just ask to put things between brackets, and because else we'll sit here for quite some more time. So if that is a good solution, can we then bracket new proposals so we can have a look at them instead of now starting to discuss further on, because you've got 4 more CRPs this evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. So no deletion, just brackets, and then also brackets around new text.
Thank you, Belgium. I will ask Secretariat to read.
To continue to facilitate the development of further tools, bracket start, or exchange of good practices where needed to address gaps identified by parties, bracket end, and bracket start from end toward info document 15 in the line of 5th line, in cooperation with relevant multilateral environmental agreements, bracket start, the regional and sub-regional technical and scientific cooperation support centers and the Global Knowledge Support Service for Biodiversity, bracket closed, relevant processes and organization, and in consultation with parties, other governments, indigenous peoples and local communities, women and youth organizations, other competent intergovernmental organizations, and relevant stakeholders, and where appropriate, bracket start, and in line with respective mandates, bracket closed, to work with such relevant processes. The remaining is the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan suggested to include avoiding duplication of existing tools and guidance, but I didn't hear that addition. Thank you.
Japan, it will be included.
We couldn't read it.
May we approve this para with all brackets and additions on the proposal of Belgium, Brazil?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think you deleted already some things before, because when they read it out, there were some things. So please refer back to the original text, and then please do the additions that were asked for, and then we can agree with it, so we can talk about it another day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brazil?
Thank you, Chair. And along the lines of Belgium, I understand that indeed we need to have brackets before and guidance. Brackets around and guidance and updating of existing guidance, right? And also brackets would start in Annex 3 until M15. So I think that's would be consistent with the proposals that Brazil made. So just make sure that we got all the brackets in. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation.
Madam Chair, Belgium goes interesting way, suggests to bracket only the new text. I think there was a suggestion from Brazil and from ourselves to bracket existing text. So part of it was just mentioned by Brazil, but also do not forget brackets starting before the regional and finishing with support service for biodiversity. That's also bracketed.
I think now is clear everything where we do have brackets and about everything. Thanks. Is there any request for the floor? If everything is clear about this paragraph? Thank you very much. Paragraph is approved with all these brackets. Now we will go back to unresolved issues, to paragraph 6 on in draft recommendation. And I will ask Secretariat to read new proposal how this paragraph will be can be combined with 4C in draft decision. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The paragraph 6, which was originally placed under substa draft recommendation, is now moved to under draft decision for COP and combined with the C, 4C, which would read as follows: request the Executive Secretary for each of the issues referred to in paragraph 2 above to invite parties, other governments, relevant multilateral environmental agreements and other agreements, intergovernmental processes, international organization and initiative, indigenous peoples and local communities, women and youth organization, and other relevant stakeholders to provide submission on their views and relevant experience on those work areas, and drawing on such a submission to prepare draft tools or guidance or as appropriate for the new work areas for consideration of the subsidiary body prior to COP17. Thank you.
Belgium, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We already mentioned before that we were opposing to it, but it hasn't been taken into account, apparently. We would clearly insist that it stays in the substa recommendation, but to advance, could we maybe have a small group and that we come back tomorrow to you with Brazil and other parties that would like to discuss this so that you can continue with other CRPs? Could that be a proposal? Because we are hijacking at this moment the whole plenary already for almost 5 hours. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We need some time here to resolve some issues, but I would like to go now back to proposal of Sweden for 4 bis. I will ask Secretariat again to read it, and again I will ask Sweden to reconsider proposal. Now, when we went through draft decision. Secretariat, please.
Thank you. The proposal from Sweden read as follows: acknowledges that there are gaps in program of work of the convention as mentioned in section 4 of document substa 26.3 that needs to be addressed. Full stop.
Sweden, maybe floor to Sweden, please.
Yes, we would like to keep it at least in brackets until we
We
wait.
can't keep it in brackets in this
then
part.
we keep it.
Is there any objection from parties to keep this text? If there is objection, please raise your hand. Brazil is opposing. DRC is opposing. And we cannot have this part of text bracketed here. I would like to ask parties to find solution for those 2 issues that we still have in the CRP. May I invite Brazil, Belgium, Sweden, Russian Federation, DRC, Argentina, and anyone else who wish to join to work on 4 bis and to work on paragraph 6 from draft recommendation and new proposal for 4C in draft decision, and come back with solution during this session. Today, during this session. Microphone to Russian Federation, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I was waiting for a while. So I like to make it clear what I said maybe now already 2 hours ago. We can't accept paragraph 6. I strongly requested to delete it, and I will insist to delete it from the substance recommendation. That's it. There is no kind of way to live with this paragraph in that part. However, just for the spirit of compromise only and move forward, I can accept suggestions from a number of parties to move it to COP decision with the language suggested by the Secretariat. I'm sorry to say that's the only option for us. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Russian Federation. You're called to work together with small groups, a small group tonight, finding the solution. DRC, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We regret the fact that apparently the distinguished delegates do not wish to make progress with this work, and yet we must finish this work during the time that was given to Substa for this. If we go back to 4 bis, I'd like to recall the fact that it's a redundancy of paragraph 3. And when you asked if there were any amendments to be made for paragraph 3, no one said anything. And paragraph 3 was adopted. So now, if we are to work on 4 bis, that would not really make any sense since it's all included under paragraph 3. Therefore, our suggestion, and we do lament the fact that this is the only option, is to delete paragraph 4 bis because it would have no added value and therefore no sense in this document. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DRC. But we do not have time for this discussion in plenary. That's why we formed the group, and you are invited to be part of this group. Please join the group for discussion and come with solution. We have to move on the next CRP. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I think this was a legacy hand. Actually.
Now we continue with CRP.3 under agenda item 7, detection and identification of living modified organisms, which is an item under the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. CRP.3 was prepared drawing on interventions from 20 parties and 1 observer made during our plenary on Tuesday, 14th of May. There seemed to be common agreement on many elements, with most of the interventions focusing on strengthening the elements already contained in the pre-session document. In order to move forward on the important issue of detection and identification of living modified organisms, I have taken into consideration previous decisions related to detection and identification, as well as the implementation plan and capacity building action plan adopted by COP-MOP10. Now, I present this CRP for your consideration. I would like to go through this document paragraph by paragraph. CRP.3, paragraph 1, starting with concludes, I don't see any request for the floor. Paragraph 2, starting with recommends. I don't, Togo, you have the floor. Microphone to Togo, please.
Okay, merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Under paragraph 2, I'm not sure whether I need to ask a clarification on how this should be done. Should we provide our observations directly on the part which we would like to make a comment?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Alors, donc là, je suis...
So there, I'm looking at the fourth line of the paragraph, recalling, where it states, also recalling, we would like there not to be a reference. We should be able to go directly to the decision CRP.3 and CRP.4 of December. So the paragraph should read, recalling decisions CRP.3 and CRP.4 of 10th of December 2022, and in particular objectives, goals A6 to A8, etc. And then it would continue as it stands.
Sur le paragraphe...
In the same paragraph, now we're looking at line 6. May I continue, Madam Chairperson? Line 6. There, we would like to have further clarification on the sense of the sentence itself, because it has seemed to us not to be in the line of logic that we had thought. We'd like to understand exactly what this paragraph is meant to mean, where it states recognizing that the detection and identification of newly developed and unauthorized living modified organisms may pose challenges. We are asking ourselves, what kinds of challenges could these organisms may pose? What, in terms of the detection and identification, we'd like to have more clarification on this before we can provide our proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Togo. I will invite Secretary to answer your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. So regarding the preambular paragraph that starts with recognizing that the detection and identification of newly developed and unauthorized living modified organisms may pose challenges, this comes from both the synthesis of information and the summary of the online discussions of the network of labs, where some participants during the online network of labs and the submitters of information recognized that these could pose challenges due to the, among other things, new genetic elements present, and in some cases, the lack of information. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Togo, would you like to continue with your suggestion?
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Effectively, we will now give a suggestion in terms of substance in that paragraph, and it would be thus. If that is the case, we would like the paragraph to be recognizing that detection and identification of newly developed and unauthorized living modified organisms may pose challenges, may constitute challenges, in particular for developing countries. So recognizing that the detection and identification of newly developed and unauthorized living modified organisms may constitute a challenge, in particular for developing countries.
Alors, comme j'ai la parole,
Since I still have the floor, as I asked about paragraph 2, and I'd asked you when we could make our comments, I was wondering perhaps whether I might continue to make comments on the rest of the text before paragraph 1 invites parties. May I continue? Thank you.
I would like to ask you to stop now and we go back to your proposal. Is there any objection to proposal of Togo? I don't see any. There is objection from Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps I would start with a question. Are we already dealing with PP4 of the decision of the parties? How, just a question, how we're supposed to go along the decision? Because we had a comment starting in PP1. And since I already have the floor on the proposal made by Togo, perhaps I understand the difficulty in dealing with this paragraph in the way it was rephrased. One of the possibilities would be to perhaps go back to the original formulation, because I believe that emphasis here is on detection and identification as a challenge. That's how we see it. Thank you.
sorry, it is not very clear where we are for the moment. And we are going through preamble paragraphs in 2. So, starting with first one, recalling its decisions, and Brazil just mentioned they have comment on this one. May I invite Brazil to make comment? Microphone to Brazil, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comment, it applies to PP1, but it also to other paragraphs within this draft decision. Indeed, we had been agreeable in general terms with the original formulation of the draft recommendation. But with the new additions, instead of emphasizing the new detection techniques and the capacity building associated with it, we believe it puts a lot of weight on unauthorized living modified organisms. We understand that the term has been used before, but in our view, it shifts the attention from what we need, which is developing the field of detection and identification, LMOs, including newly developed ones, and introducing a sort of a legal issue, given that the authorization from LMO, it varies from between jurisdictions, between countries. Therefore, our request would be that throughout the text, the references to unauthorized living modified organisms be deleted. I can point out to the sections in the text. This would mean the deletion. For instance, in PP1, this would mean deleting the text after techniques until the end, and the expressions, and I quote, and unauthorized, end of quote, in PP4, in PP5, and OP2. Thank you.
Brazil, may I ask you to clarify what exactly you wish to be deleted?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. So in PP1, we would stop after new detection techniques. So it would recall the decisions and the need for capacity building activities on new detection techniques. In PP4, we would delete the words and unauthorized. And the same goes for PP5. And OP2.
Is there any objection to delete the word unauthorized? If there is, please raise your hand. There is objection from Egypt. Because of opposition to this proposal of Brazil, the vote will be bracketed everywhere. Thank you very much. Republic of Moldova, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In the paragraph noting the advancement in new techniques for detection and identification, I would like to replace noting with recognizing. That is, should be stronger. There are scientific articles showing that the suitability of digital PCR. Plus, many European laboratories already have digital PCR implemented in their routine analysis for GMO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Republic of Moldova. But before that, I see everyone is already here in a hurry to go through this text. I have to ask for proposals of Togo for addition of decisions that Togo mentioned. And for, is there any opposition to suggestion of Togo? There is no opposition. And another suggestion of Togo was to insert in paragraph starting with recognizing the detection, developing countries in the end. Is there any opposition to add it? I don't see any opposition to this. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you would kindly indulge me in repeating what were the additions and modifications suggested, would appreciate that.
I will ask Secretariat to read.
Thank you. So the addition comes at the end of operational paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4. So it'll read a preambular paragraph, sorry. Recognizing that the detection and identification of newly developed bracket and unauthorized bracket living modified organisms may pose challenges, in particular for developing countries. Thank you.
Is there opposition to this? Thank you very much. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just with regard to the issue of unauthorized living modified organism. I recall that decision COP10-11, and I quote, recognizing further the need for capacity building activity on new detection technique as well as on detecting and identifying unauthorized living modified organism. It has been already recognized that this is a challenge, and I think the word came from the recollection of information. I think we should remove the bracket, noting that, or we already have a COP decision that is talking about that it is challenging, and it's the same case. We also support what has been proposed by the Republic of Moldova with regard to the para that is saying, noting the advancement in the new technique, and to replace the word noting with further recognizing the advancement in the new technique for the detection and identification.
Thank you very much. Egypt, may I ask Brazil to accept the explanation of Egypt about already agreed language?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If your question is if you could remove the brackets that we have just suggested around unauthorized, for the reasons that we have just conferred, we cannot. We still suggest a deletion. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. We have to move on. Time will stay in brackets. Now we are going for proposal of Republic of Moldova for recognition, which was supported by Egypt. Is there any opposition to this? I don't see any. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta. En realidad,
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And returning to the proposal made by Brazil, we would like to support, as well as the explanations that were provided by Egypt, and they recognize the challenge posed by the newly developed and unauthorized living modified organisms, but it's not really necessary relevant whether they are authorized or unauthorized, because that would depend on each of the legislation, each of their member states. So we would like to give our support for the proposal put forward by Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you, Uruguay, very much, but I would like to ask each party not to go back to what already was agreed, and it is agreed to be in bracket. Malawi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I support what Egypt and Moldova has proposed in replacing noting, but I just want to add something. After identification, we should add of living modified organisms. So it should lead recognizing the advancement in the new techniques for detection and identification of living modified organisms, and then it continues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malawi, very much. Is there any opposition to this? There is no opposition to the proposal of Malawi. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see that we have already moved to PP5, but we had also a comment on PP4. We had also in our original submissions asked for the deletion of this paragraph, because we do believe there is information available on this topic. Case in point is the training manual on the detection and identification of LMOs in the context of the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety, among others. So we would like to request the deletion of this paragraph. Thank you.
I would like to ask everyone if we keep this paragraph in bracket, also recognizing the limited information. Germany, you have the floor. Germany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure what you're suggesting now to put in brackets, or so we would like to keep this paragraph because it says that limited information available on the use of new techniques. So we think that indeed information is limited on the use in control, in official controls, for example. And also the limited experience is something that we heard in the online forum of the network of laboratories. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Germany. I understand your reasons, but Brazil wished to delete the whole paragraph, and now we do not have time for bigger discussion than this, so whole paragraph is in brackets. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry to take the floor for this, but I'm afraid I'm getting a little bit lost. We're going through text proposals very quickly. I would just like some clarification on, again, what Moldova's proposal was and where, as well as what Malawi's proposal was and where. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. Secretariat will read.
Thank you. So it's a preambular paragraph that started with noting. It'll now read, recognizing the advancements in new techniques for detection and identification of living modified organisms, such as digital polymerase chain reaction and next generation sequencing. Thank you.
May we move on with this paragraph? New Zealand. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you. I didn't have a mic. Yes, we have no objection to that. Thank you. So if we could go on to the next one.
Thank you very much. Togo, you have the floor.
Madame, j'avais...
Thank you. Now, I wanted to hear clarifications about the paragraph which Brazil wanted us to delete, but I seem to have understood that we're not just going to get bogged down on this, we're just going to place it between square brackets. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Ok. D'accord. Donc, je...
Very well. So we're still on paragraph 2? We're on paragraph 2. We can speak to this. So regarding number 1, given the structure of the text, it's not easy here to really figure out where we are. I am looking at paragraph 2.
Togo, are you talking about preamble paragraphs?
No.
No. No. I am on 2, where we have recommends to the conference.
Et dedans, nous avons ce que...
And there we have what we recommend to the conference. And we have recalled here.
Togo, sorry, I have to ask you to stop. We are still not there.
Okay.
Yeah. We are on noting with concern. Preamble paragraph. Malawi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Malawi would like to propose some additional text after consumerables. So we are proposing it should read, noting with concern the high cost of consumerables required for these new techniques. Then the sentence continues. Thank you.
May I ask you to repeat, please?
Thank you, Chair. Malawi will propose additional text to this preamble, and this additional text is coming after consumerables, which is required for these new techniques. So I'll read the whole sentence. Noting with concern the high cost of consumerables required for these new techniques, and then it continues to the end. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malawi. Is there any opposition to this insertion? I don't see any opposition to this. Thank you very much. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to recognize the concern instead of noting, but also just to seek some information from Secretariat whether adding the word infrastructure associated developments, and I'm talking about relevant laboratories as such, could have a bigger impact on the text. Being the case that it could not have a bigger impact, I would propose that we add it there. Thank you.
I will ask Secretariat to read.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. Looking at the paragraph, and I think we could accommodate it. So the paragraph would read, recognizing with concern the high cost of consumables required for these new techniques, laboratory infrastructure, and lack of access to reagents for some developing country parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Is there opposition to this text? I don't see any opposition to this. Thank you very much. The next preamble paragraph starting with confirming. I don't see any request for the floor. It is approved. The next one starting with recognizing. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rather than writing confirming, we propose to write understanding. Thank you.
Is there any opposition to this change? Thank you very much. Paragraph starting with recognizing. Togo.
J'avais appuyé pour.
I had pressed my button regarding the proposal which was just made, but I don't believe you saw me. Now, confirming, there was a reason, there was a logic behind the use of the word confirming. It was linked to the conclusion which was reached by Substa. The conference, therefore, confirms. Thank you, Madam Chair.
India, can you accept it? India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Technical manuals always have a scope for the improvement. Therefore, confirmation, understanding may be a better word than confirmation. Confirmation means there is certainly no need, but understanding means thank you.
Malawi.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Togo because the word confirming is being used because there was a call from the Secretariat for parties to give their views whether we have to update the CILES. And since there was none, so it was like we are confirming that the training manual should not be updated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Malawi. India, can you accept now this explanation?
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. One starting with the next one, it's approved. And preamble paragraph starting with recognizing. I don't see any request for the floor. It's approved. Operational paragraph 1 invites parties. Egypt.
Thank you, Madam. In that specific paragraph, to add after, in order to complement, and then to add an update in the future, the training manual.
Is there any objection to proposal from Egypt? I don't see any objection to this. Thank you very much. Approved. Operational paragraph 2 invites parties. Togo.
S'il vous plaît,
Please, I had pressed my button to speak to paragraph 1. And as you were asking whether anyone had any objections to Egypt's proposal, I started with that because I had no objections to it, but I did want to speak to paragraph 1. May I continue? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, at this level, I don't know, perhaps it's something with the French version. It's in the 3rd line. We have a word which says that developers and other relevant organizations are to submit to the Secretariat of the Convention. In French, remettre. It seems to me that in French it should say transmettre rather than remettre. Both submit in English. So this is perhaps nothing more than an editorial, language-related issue. Perhaps there's no problem in English, but the French one should be looked at.
Thank you. Thank you, Togo. It is noted and it will be improved in French version. Any more requests for the operational paragraph 1? Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you please read the text? It could be only be the line concerned with the suggestion of modification made by Egypt. Thank you.
Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. So in paragraph 1, following, I'll start at isothermal application techniques in order to complement and update in the future the training manual on the detection and identification of living modified organisms, and it continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. I don't see any request for the floor. I don't see any request for the floor. Paragraph 1 is approved. Paragraph 2 invites parties. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On paragraph 2, after new detection techniques, we would like to insert a comma and the word including. So it would read, with new detection techniques, including detecting newly developed living animals. Thank you.
Is there any objection to this? I don't see any. Any more comment on paragraph 2? I don't see any. Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. On paragraph 2, would like to add where you have said where it is stated detecting newly developed, we replace detecting newly developed and stacked gene events. Then the rest of the sentence can continue. Thank you.
I think we need to hear explanation from Secretariat about new insertion from Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the insertion by Kenya of and stacked gene events, if we understood that correctly, with the grammar of the sentence, it wouldn't necessarily make sense to put it there. However, I would just also like to note that it is a rather specific type of LMO, and that newly developed LMOs may include these stacked gene events. Thank you.
Kenya, can you accept this explanation and not to insert new terms here? Kenya, you have the floor.
Yes, I think we can consider on that. It can be assumed that detecting newly developed LMOs would also cover stacked gene events. But our view was these new stacked events, because they also come with multiple genetic elements. Some countries may have valid experience. That experience could be shared with other countries that perhaps are struggling with getting that experience of testing stacked gene events.
Maybe we hear proposal from Secretariat how to deal with this.
Thank you. Following that explanation from Kenya, we could move to say including detecting newly developed living modified organisms, including those containing stacked gene events, comma, and then it continues. Thank you.
Is there any opposition to this new text? I do not see any. Malawi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Not really an opposition, but remember the proposal by Brazil, it also said including, so we'll be having several including in the same sentence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malawi. I would like to ask Secretariat to improve the text and find the new solution. Maybe trust to editors to do this. Work and make sentence without too many including. Malawi, is that agreeable with you? Thank you very much. Franz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just require clarification on this paragraph. When the Secretariat read it, I believe it was only mentioned newly developed LMOs, but not unauthorized LMOs. So I would just like to confirm the term unauthorized was still between brackets. Thank you.
We can confirm it is there and in brackets. Mexico, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. We would like to hear the full paragraph, how it would be with this mention of the brackets around unauthorized, but also with the word. It would be just useful to hear the whole of the paragraph complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico Secretariat.
Thank you. So the full paragraph 2 would read, invites parties to share their experiences with new detection techniques, including detecting newly developed bracket and unauthorized bracket living modified organisms, including those that contain stacked gene events, comma, and developing materials through the Biosafety Clearinghouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. I just wanted to seek clarity with the word developing materials. Is it in reference to the materials related to the detection techniques? I just wanted clarity.
Secretariat, may I ask you to answer the question?
Thank you. I think the purpose behind this was the materials related to the detection techniques themselves. So these are the analytical materials, such as certified reference materials. Thank you.
Uganda, are you satisfied?
That being the case, would we need to maybe clarify? Because when you say developing materials, we might need to clarify exactly so that the readability is clear. Thank you.
I will ask Secretariat again to read proposal.
Thank you. To accommodate this proposal, perhaps it could read, and developing reference materials through the Biosafety Clearinghouse. Thank you.
Is there any opposition to this proposal? I don't see. Malawi, you wish to... Microphone to Malawi, please.
Thank you, Chair. We believe it will not be very clear to say developing reference material through Biosafety Clearinghouse. Do we develop through, or maybe we share through the BCH? So developing cannot be through the BCH. Thank you.
Secretariat will read.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the intervention. So perhaps adding the word with in front of developing reference materials would alleviate that concern. So the full para would read, invites parties to share their experiences with new detection techniques, including detecting newly developed bracket and unauthorized bracket living modified organisms, including those that contain stacked gene events, and with developing reference materials through the Biosafety Clearinghouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Malawi. Microphone to Malawi, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not very clear on that because the guiding verb in this parla is that parties invites parties to share. So when parties are sharing, they are sharing their experiences with the new detection techniques, and also apart from that, they will also share the reference materials for the detecting techniques through the BCH. But if we are saying developing material through BCH, I'm not very clear on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Malawi. Egypt, can you help?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, sorry.
I think it should read developing training material and making them available through the BCH. Developing training material and making them available through the BCH. Thank you.
Thank you for your proposal, Egypt. I will ask Secretariat for explanation.
Regarding paragraph 2, the idea behind this paragraph would be to invite parties to share their experiences as identified due to the gaps identified both on the network of laboratories discussions and the submissions of information. And one way for parties to share their experiences could be on the BCH, and that would include the detecting the newly developed LMOs, and with parties' experience with developing these reference materials for the detection and identification of LMOs. So the idea here was for parties to just share their experiences with these types of activities. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps we may write invites parties to share their experiences through biosafety clearinghouse, and rest test may be the running text may be the same.
Is there any opposition to? Thank you very much. Final version.
Thank you. So the paragraph would read, invites parties to share through the Biosafety Clearinghouse their experiences with new detection techniques, comma, including detecting newly developed, bracket, and unauthorized, bracket, living modified organisms, comma, including those that contain stacked gene events, comma, and with developing reference materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to this proposal? Egypt, you have the floor.
Madam, we are talking about two different things. Sharing experience, and if they are developing reference material, make those reference material available through the BCH so that they are easily found by parties and by the ones that are using them. So it's not just sharing the experience, but if they to develop also material, reference material, and to make those reference material available through the BCH, so that they are easily accessible and you can get them in a way so that you don't look everywhere on all the websites of all the countries. So you make the reference material available through the BCH that you have developed, in addition to sharing your experience. If we shorten, it doesn't mean that they will essentially make their reference materials that they have developed available through the BCH. Thank you.
Egypt, do you have a specific suggestion for solution?
Madam, developing reference material and making them available through the Biosafety Clearinghouse.
Okay. I will give the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the second paragraph, the idea behind this in terms of the reference materials, it's not the reference materials in terms of the technical guides. It's the certified reference materials that are used in the analytics. However, perhaps we could capture this proposal from Egypt as a separate paragraph regarding the sharing of the other meaning of reference materials through the BCH. Thank you.
Egypt, could you? Thank you very much. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I think the suggestion of Egypt is already somewhat reflected in para 4 personally, but I look to our colleague of Egypt to look for confirmation. But the main reason that I asked for the floor, and it was also somewhat confirmed by the Secretariat in the last statement, is that the language used in para 4 is certified reference materials. And I think we should be consistent within this recommendation and use the same language. Thanks.
Thank you, Belgium. New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to go back to paragraph 2, I guess is where we are now, or where I'd like us to be. I think that to my mind, there's a bit of confusion. We are talking about sharing of experiences, and I think the second "and with" makes it unclear, which I think is where we've sort of run into trouble. And I think that could be, if I understand what the intent of that paragraph is, it's also sharing experiences with the development of developing the reference materials. So if we could put and so we have "and with" right now. If we could have "and experiences with" developing, I think that would clarify the paragraph, please.
Is there any opposition to this proposal? I don't see any opposition. Mexico, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My mother tongue is not English, and I was thinking the same with regard to the proposal from Kenya as a possible solution. Perhaps we can live with that. However, I'd like to make an appeal that we don't waste so much time on editorial issues and that we concentrate rather on substantive observations. These questions relating to procedure could be resolved by the Secretariat. We're here with the CRP. We can see the L documents later, but I think we should use our time here on questions relating to substance, and as quickly as possible. We have even more documents to go through, and we're going to be working tomorrow in contact groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mexico, for your help. So, may we consider paragraph 2 as approved? Paragraph 3, encourages parties. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just like you said that we could consider paragraph 2 as approved, but I don't know which version of the different suggestions we had heard previously. So if you could read that, we would very much appreciate.
I will ask Secretariat to read.
Thank you. So paragraph 2 now reads, invites parties to share through the Biosafety Clearinghouse their experiences with new detection techniques, including detecting newly developed bracket and unauthorized bracket, living modified organisms, comma, including those that contain stacked gene events, comma, and experiences with developing certified reference materials. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. May we move on paragraph 3? Egypt, you have the floor.
Yeah, it's not clear because you said that my intervention will be in a separate point, but I'm not sure how that will be captured. So perhaps, Secretary, you can elaborate on that.
Thank you, Egypt. I think when we come to paragraph 4, we can discuss how to deal with your suggestion. Can you wait for paragraph 4? Thank you very much. Paragraph 3. I don't see request for the floor on paragraph 3. It's approved. Then paragraph 4. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, but I'll just take us back to 2 a little bit because I think that in trying to improve the text, we may have changed a little bit what was there before. So we just like to keep between brackets that last part which started with sharing the experience with developing reference certified materials between brackets, so just so that we can analyze with the rest of the text when we have the version before us. Thank you.
The interpreters will be leaving now as they have finished the 3 hours duration of their session.
First, I need to ask you, because we do not have any more interpretation, maybe continue in English. Is there any opposition to this? Thank you very much. So, Brazil is asking to go back to already agreed paragraph and put brackets in part of the text. Is there any opposition to do this? Egypt is opposing to go back to agreed text already. So we cannot accept. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm more than happy to accommodate the pace as well as the fact that we're not having a text on the screen. But we do realize that we're not through with the text yet, and we're just asking to put some brackets so that we can reflect on that. Otherwise, from now on, I would ask you to go much more slowly. And really to ask you to put those brackets in, because we are accommodating a lot of different type of new suggestions, new ways of doing this here. So we would recommend you to perhaps revise that decision. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Brazil. Then we will keep your brackets in paragraph 2. Now I would like to ask Secretariat to read solution for Egypt.
Thank you, Chair. If I understood the intervention from the distinguished delegate from Egypt, this would be a 2 bis perhaps, that would read, invites parties, other governments, and relevant organizations to share and make available through the Biosafety Clearinghouse training materials and reference publications. Thank you.
Is there any opposition? I don't, New Zealand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry to intervene once again. Not necessarily an objection, but could that be read again at dictation speed, please?
It will be a 2 bis that reads invites parties, other governments, and relevant organizations to share and make available through the Biosafety Clearinghouse, training materials, and reference publications. Thank you.
Is there any opposition to this? I don't see any. So we go now back to paragraph 4. Is there any request for the floor for paragraph 4? Belgium, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. Regarding the production of certified reference materials, which we can find at the end of this paragraph, our experts informed us these are being produced by a select number of companies and not the laboratories themselves. I also understand from our discussion under Para 2 that some parties wish to develop these certified reference materials. So for this reason, 2, the development or acquisition of certified reference materials. The same change will also need to be done in Para 5.
Just to ask if you can let us read again the suggestion made by the previous speaker. On paragraph 4, I think.
Secretariat will read.
Thank you. So in paragraph 4 at the end, I'll start at the line, the second last line. So it'll read capacity building activities and the development or acquisition of certified reference materials. Thank you.
Is this acceptable? I don't see any request for the floor. Paragraph 4 is approved. Paragraph 5, starting with recommends. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. We are inviting Jeff, so we should have some more clarity on the reasons why we are inviting Jeff. So my suggestion is to please mention after the text, parties invite the Global Environment Facility to assist eligible parties after that by providing speedy access to the means of implementation at the scale required to cover the scope and speed of the assistance required. Please remove with, and after that including for strengthening of infrastructure and rest of the text. Thank you.
India, could you please repeat in dictation speed?
Sure. I'm reading with the running text. Parties invite the Global Environment Facility to
Secretariat to read it.
Thank you, Chair. So the paragraph will read, starting on the third line, it'll read, the parties invite the Global Environment Facility to assist eligible parties by providing speedy access to the means of implementation at the scale required to cover the scope and speed of the assistance required, including for, and then it continues. Thank you.
Is there any opposition to this? There is no
of such activities.
Moldova, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like also to mention here the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Thank you.
I'll invite Secretariat to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding paragraph 5, I understand that this is sort of the standard construction of the paragraph for the request to the Global Environment Facility, in the sense that the COP-MOP must request the COP. So adding the suggestion from Moldova and the way this paragraph has been formulated might be difficult, given that it's formulated specifically for a request to the GEF. Thank you.
Moldova, can you accept this explanation?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Moldova. I would like to ask distinguished delegate of India. The text of this paragraph now is really very long. If you can think about, if you be flexible with your intervention, not to insert it here. Floor to India, please. Floor, microphone to India.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair. May I understand where the things went wrong?
That will take time for discussion, so we will leave it here as it is. Paragraph 5, if there is no more requests for the floor, is approved. Thank you very much. Paragraph 6, request Secretariat, Egypt.
So, Madam Chair, it's not on 6, but it's 5 bis, a text that has been in the African proposal and was missed out. So 5 bis read as follows, in dictating speed: encourages technology developers to transparently share detection and identification methods on newly developed LMOs on the Biosafety Clearinghouse.
Secretariat will read the proposal.
Thank you. So paragraph 5 bis reads, encourages technology developers to transparently share detection and identification methods on newly developed living modified organisms on the Biosafety Clearinghouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Is there any objection to this text? Brazil? Objection? We will keep it in brackets. Thank you. Then paragraph 6. Requested Secretariat. Any request for the floor? 6A. Egypt.
It's on 6D, not 6A.
Okay. 6A. Uganda.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. In the spirit of clarity, I was proposing we add after the word identification of living modified organisms, such that it reads out the message. Leaving it like this might not be very clear. So it would read, continue to collect publications and technical resource materials in different languages and make them available on the dedicated portal for sampling, detection, and identification of living modified organisms on the Biosafety Clearinghouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Uganda. Is there any opposition to this insertion? I don't see any. Thank you very much. 6B. I don't see any request for the floor for 6B. Thank you very much. 6C. No requests. Thank you very much. It's approved. 6D. Egypt.
I propose to add to the end of 6D and explores the possibility to link and cross-reference the Biosafety Clearinghouse with relevant industry databases.
Sorry for this. Is there any objection to the text suggested? There is objection, so we keep it in brackets. But maybe another suggestion is to have this text during the COP month in relation with BCH. Microphone to Egypt.
Madam, I prefer to keep the text even if bracketed.
Thank you very much. If everything is clear and no more requests for the floor regarding CRP.3, then I would say that CRP.3 is approved.
Distinguished delegates, while we are sorting out the podium, I would like to make some announcement about the progress that this small group is making, small but very big group. So I heard that they are making good progress and they can come back to us maybe between 10 to 15 minutes. So maybe it's worthwhile we can wait for them and listen to the results so that we can complete our CRP.2. And for tomorrow, there is updated schedule. At 10 a.m., you already know the schedule for the contact group on monitoring framework, which will start at 10 a.m. at the room CR1. And also, pending the approval by Bureau, There is a schedule, also contact group on marine and coastal biodiversity, because if they can have some time for contact group discussion on CR6, on conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity, for which they didn't have much time to discuss at the contact group. So they are going to discuss it tomorrow so that we can have a more efficient discussion at the plenary. So we are trying our best to make our best use of our time. But of course, it is pending the approval by the Bureau, discussion by the Bureau tomorrow morning. So, but it is scheduled so that we give a head up to the marine delegates. That's the update so far. And once Chair is back from her health break, we will continue with our next CRP, which is CRP.4.
Thank you very much for your goodwill to continue the work. Delegates, you have before you CRP.4 under agenda item 6, risk assessment and risk management under the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. CRP.4 was prepared drawing on the interventions from 33 parties and 6 observers during our plenary session on 14th of May. You will recall that during our plenary session, Jordan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just I want to ask about legal to continue on work during plenary without translation, because I think we need translation. The negotiation said in the plenary should negotiate in 6 languages under UN, not only in English. So to open new CRP, I understand we not have time, but that's rule. I think we should respect it and see what the legality for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jordan. DRC.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair, for the floor, and we would like to congratulate you on progress made, really, and for your leadership. However, given that it is getting late and there is no more interpretation, we would like clarification and guidance on how we are going to continue with the work and at what time you plan to suspend this session. We are asking this question because really where you took a break, the Secretariat told us that we will analyze CRP.4, and as Jordan has said, our delegation also is not prepared to examine this important document without interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you, DRC. Jordan, together with DRC, I do share your concern. Translation is really very important to continue the work. However, we are waiting for the small group consulting on CRP.2 to come and to report about the result. Intention was to continue the work until they come. That was the plan. If we can work only waiting for them, or we can stop here on your request, it is okay. And we are informed they are coming very soon, in some minutes. Okay. And we will stop working on CRP.4 on your request. But please, if we may wait for the small group to conclude on our work on CRP.2. Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, may I ask you to take your seats? We now go back to CRP.2 and the small group came back with solution. I would like to ask a representative of this group to report back to plenary.
Yes, thank you very much. And I am about to send this to the Secretariat as well. Good evening, colleagues. Thank you a lot to the small group that has gathered to find a solution for the paragraphs that we have been assigned to. If you bear with me for a few minutes, or seconds actually. All right. So, we received a question to work on 3 elements. 4Bs, paragraph 6 of the draft recommendation, as well as the new proposal for 4C in the draft decision. And we have come up with language for the substa recommendation, paragraph 3. It would read, recognizes that there are gaps in tools and guidance that would require further discussion at COP16 to support the implementation of the framework, comma, noting that those indicated documents, CBD/substa/26/3, in particular chapter 4, as well as its annex, as well as the range of different views expressed by parties during substa 26. I do note that the language might not be 100% perfect yet, but that would just be only editorials. Then regarding the draft decision for the COP, paragraph 4C would read, for each of the issues referred to in paragraph 2, to invite parties, other governments, relevant multilateral agreements and other agreements, intergovernmental processes, international organizations and initiatives, indigenous peoples and local communities, women and youth organizations, as well as other relevant stakeholders, to provide submissions on their views and relevant experiences on those areas, on those work areas, and, comma, drawing on submissions, comma, and then bracket opens, to prepare draft tools or guidance, comma, as appropriate, bracket opening, for those work areas, bracket closing, for consideration by substa prior to COP17, bracket closes. That's also what the Secretariat has shared with us as an outcome of one of the discussions we still had in this room. And then for D, recalling decision 15/4, paragraph 9, and that is the decision that actually requested the Executive Secretary to conduct a strategic review and analysis of the program of work. And then the next paragraph would read, and please let me know if I'm talking too fast, to conduct a strategic review and analysis of the program of work of the Convention in the context of the framework to facilitate its implementation, comma, and on the basis of this analysis, comma, to prepare draft updates of those programs of work, comma, taking into account documents prepared for substa 26 related to this work for a substa meeting before COP17. So it would basically be repeating the paragraph that we have agreed upon in COP15, but just adding another timeline and taking into account the work that has already been done up until now. Thank you very much.
Distinguished delegates, you have had proposal solution of this small group on the issues in CRP2. Is this acceptable for everyone? Is there any objection to this? Russian Federation.
And I'd like to thank all colleagues participating in this work and finding this nice compromise, working late at night. Thank you, colleagues. We did a good job. Thank you again.
Thank you. I do not see any objection to this. Thanks to this group. With this, I would like to approve CRP2. It is approved. Colleagues, meeting is adjourned and we meet at the plenary tomorrow at 3.